Mark, Jonathan East held the net scoreless, scattering 5 hits. Edwin Jackson struck out a season-high 11, giving up only 2, but 1 went a long way. Today is Gio's turn, and he's thirsty to get the Nats back in the win column. The rubber game next from D.C. Nationals Park for the last 45 minutes or so. And so today's game, at least the start, will be delayed. Ground crew has been cleaning off the tarp lately. It's been off, it's been on. It's on for now, so we'll keep you posted. And when we come back, some final words before we send you off to our alternate programming. The Nats and the Mets scheduled for Game 3 of the rubber game, the 3-game series today. We're back with more in a moment. That looks like a tidal wave, but it really is a close shot of a squeegee. In about a half hour or so, the tarp came off the field. The crowd had been clapping for that for a long, long time. It had stopped raining for quite a while before they got the field ready. Now it is ready, and Gio finishing up his warm-up tosses. Got to get the lens cleaned off and everything smoothed out for the Nats and the Mets. Got to even clean off home plate before you can get going. Visit Train.com for an independent Train Comfort Specialist dealer near you. It's hard to stop a train. Cloudy skies, but the rain has passed through. That's the good news. And also the good news, Ray, starting pitchers, they didn't get warmed up and had to stop. They're just going to go on and with a 2.5-hour delay, treat it like a regular day now.
Absolutely. It may affect the young guy more than it does our man, as he's able to, Gio, he's been in situations like this, knows how to prepare, is not going to get excited, and just get ready to get started. Like you say, no stops. No problems with getting loose, stretch, and just go right into it.
You ready?
I'm ready to roll, baby.
All right, let's go. Time to get to work. And the Mets have their starting lineup as the Nats have taken the field. Andres Torres is the leadoff man for New York. And Ike Davis, of course, the guy who's hit more home runs on the road than any other hitter in the National League. And he'll try to give it a go against Gio Gonzalez today. He is 1 for 8 career against Gio. The Mets are 6th in the league in batting average. They're 8th in runs. They are 12th in home runs. So Gio Gonzalez, 3rd time as a Nat, 4th time overall facing New York. He's 1-1 with a 3.63 career ERA. So Gio, 148 innings, 158 strikeouts rate, 5th in the league. And there you go. Opponents, righties, lefties, not much of anybody hitting this guy.
No, you're right, Bob. You know, there's nobody that has 10 hits on Gio this year. Only twice during the whole season has he given up 9 hits. 18 of his starts, he's given up 6 hits or fewer. So when he's right, there is not anything you can do with him. He's going to give you 7 strong innings and give up 2 runs or less.
And here's the Mazda defense behind him. It's brought to you by your D.C. area Mazda dealers. We believe if it's not worth driving, it's not worth building. What do you drive? Now, Davey Johnson had said he was going to give Ian Desmond and Jason Worth a day off today. Well, maybe losing last night had a chance to get 5 games up on Atlanta, and they trailed 2-0 in the 8th. Changed his mind because Harper, Desmond, and Worth are all in there. Rookie umpire Jordan Baker has the plate. Crew chief Ted Barrett at first, Brian Runge second base, and Marvin Hudson at third. Gio is ready, and stepping in is Andres Torres, who's 0 for 7 in the series. And finally, at 4:01, here comes first pitch. It's a beauty. Fastball right on the corner. So I guess officially that would be a 2-hour and 26-minute rain delay. Game scheduled for 1:35. Torres sitting at 2:31. He's 4 for 15 career against Gio Gonzalez, and he's a much better hitter this year from the right side than he is from the left. Now the count's 1-2 and a ball out of play. Since the All-Star break, Andres is warming things up. Veteran guy's been around for a long time. Ruben Tejada, despite a hitting streak, gets the day off as the leadoff guy. To Hopper, Ian Desmond right there for the first out. Nationals continue to dominate the Mets even though New York won last night. Jonathan Neese was just fantastic. Mets since the All-Star break over the last 4 seasons have just been really bad. Winning percentages of .373, .419, .437. This year, .324. And Gio, well, he's always got that low opponent's batting average. Coming into this game, it's .210, lowest in the National League. Next up will be Justin Turner for the Mets. And he gets ahead of his first 2 hitters, does Gio.
Turner asking if the ball's up, not hardly.
27-year-old infielder from Long Beach. Waiver pickup by the Mets 2 years ago. And that fastball is up and in.
Well, no, not only does Gio throw hard, he'll sometimes touch 95, always pitches 92, 94. very difficult to pick up as he swings that arm, hides the ball so well. You'll find that a lot of balls are fouled off that way over the first base dugout. Then when he drops that hook on you, you just don't have much of a chance. If it starts belt high and works down toward the top of the plate, because it has such great rotation on it.
Coming off 2 wins on the road at Houston and San Francisco, when he pitched nearly 16 innings and gave up 5 earned runs combined in those 2 games. And he also found time to hit his first major league home run. And by the way, they're in the bottom of the 8th at Atlanta. The Dodgers lead 2-0. Chad Billingsley having a fine day there. And that was close enough. Turner felt on which to be swinging. The Nats at home are 33-23. The Mets on the road are 29-33. David Wright is the guy their entire offense revolves around. And then you have Ike Davis behind him hitting a heavy .219. Don't forget about Scott Hairston, the way he's been hitting left-handers this year. He follows David Wright. Turner up the middle. Hard hit off the glove of Danny Espinosa. And the Mets have their first base hit. That breaks an 0 for 11 for Justin Turner. And now you've got to face David Wright with a man aboard.
Ball had a little bit of scoot on it, too, as he had a line drive about halfway out there on the infield, and the ball scooted because of the moisture on the grass, and looked like there's no way that it picks up speed, but it maintains its speed and got by Danny.
Yeah, it looked like Espinosa was a little surprised by that scoot. David Wright in this series, 2 for 7 with a walk. He goes up first pitch swinging. He has a career home run against Gio Gonzalez in 4 career at bats. And that was in that kind of crazy 9-5 Mets win on Thursday, July 19th. David Wright got Gio for a 2-run homer in the first inning after a 1-out hit. Hope that doesn't happen again. Then he had a 3-run homer later in the game against Craig Stammen. So David Wright's done some big-time damage against the Nats this year. Not in this series yet, as you hold your breath waiting for him to get out of town. Mets are heading home from here. The Nats will stay home and take on the Braves.
David Wright, a very good fastball hitter. He likes that ball out away from him, though, Bob. The ball middle of the plate, working in. He's still inside outside ball to right center field. Ball out away from him. He kills to right center, right field. Most of his home runs to the left on breaking balls.
Off speed.
Oh my gosh.
And that's not the first time in this series we've seen some Nats make great pitches. But David Wright gets the call. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Fastball up and away.
Those balls are right high in the strike zone. He's just overthrowing, trying to get a little bit extra on it. They're 94 miles an hour, but 2 out of the 3 that have been 94 have taken off out of the strike zone. He flies open a little bit and leaves the ball, leaves his arm, his hand actually below the ball, and makes it take off.
3-2 with the runner moving, and a foul ball off to the right side.
Can't get to that ball in there. But he has one of the best eyes in all the game. Second in major leagues with walks.
Yeah, David Wright, 68 walks this year. Only Dan Uggla was 75 more in the league. I'm not sure it matters what count David Wright hits in this year unless you get him 0-2. That's hard to do. 3-2 pitch, and he skies it a mile high. Out to right center. Jason Worth makes the early call as Harper camps behind him for a big second out. And that'll bring in Scott Hairston, who's been nails against left-handed pitching this year.
Well, that was a nice piece of pitching there as he stayed inside and made David Wright work really hard to try to get the bat threw the baseball, couldn't do it, and ends up late on the fastball inside and pops it up to right field.
Scott Hairston 3 for 4 here on Friday night, with Ross Detweiler starting that game. He had 3 doubles, a Mets single game record, and he's on a 5-game hitting streak, 7 for 16.
Well,
Did
you
not get an at bat last night with Edwin Jackson starting.
Your partner, you mentioned him being hot. 356 over his last 21 ball games. I would say that's hot.
Hairston career against Gio Gonzalez. This is one lefty that's been able to get him out. 1 for 8. Fastball misses away. Braves just went out in the bottom of the 8th. So with Michael Bourne leading, retired there to end that inning. Dodgers back to the bats. They've out-hit the Braves 7-3 and lead 2-0. So here's a 2-0 to Hairston. There he goes. Something about that guy against left-handed pitching. Of course, a 2-0 count doesn't help. And now you've got an interesting matchup with Gio and Ike Davis, who's 3 for 5 career against him with a home run.
2-0 count, fastball center cut, and that shows you why he's hitting 356. Drills that thing to left field. Totally squares it up.
And now you've got a left-hander who has been able to hit Gio. Ike Davis, opposite field last night, he said he wasn't trying to hit the ball out of the park. He said we didn't have any hits to speak of, just trying to put the bat on the ball and get a hit. And he put it into the gangway next to the bullpen in left field. Other than that, Edwin Jackson flawless last night.
Oh boy, was he good.
But Jonathan Neese was even better. Gave the Nats virtually nothing. So Edwin Jackson, a hard luck 7 and 8 on the year. That's a breaking ball low.
He hasn't called a breaking ball a strike yet.
Boy, and Gio's up to 22 pitches here with only 2 outs in the game.
And he may be missing, but he's just missing.
We have noticed, I think, as the year goes by, when rookie umpires come up and work with these veteran crews, they tend to have tight strike zones. Maybe they don't know who a guy like Gio Gonzalez is, or that he's won 15 games. Now that ball is well outside.
Yeah, he sets up there, and you can tell the ball's way out there, and there's no question about it. You see that too, right at the bottom of the strike zone. That was the breaking ball.
It's going to take him at least 24 pitches. That's only if Ike Davis is swinging here on 3-0 and he gets him. Ike Davis 17, Adam LaRoche 15. The most home runs on the road by any National League hitters this year. And that's 17 out of his 22. 3-1 pitch. Left field, tailing, and no room for Michael Morse. It'll be a count of 3-2 now. The ultimate triple play at Hollywood Casino Charlestown Races. Slots, tables, and dining. Highest percentage of runs scored with 2 outs. And look what the Mets and the Nats are doing in all of baseball. 46% of New York's runs with 2 outs.
That's incredible.
It sounds like they should be in first place. 3-2, the runners will be moving. And Ike Davis will just reach out and spoil it.
Ike Davis, feast or famine. 22 home runs this year. He's had 3 home runs in one game. That was July the 28th in Arizona. He's had streaks of 0 for 21, 0 for 27, 2 for 23 over the course of the season. So he's had some big valleys.
And a ball popped up. It took a while, but the third out is waiting if Harper grabs it. And the Mets will strand a couple of guys. Now the Nats will take on rookie Jeremy Hefner with a big crowd watching. Fourth and home runs. Here's your Dodge lineup. Experience a world of performance, design, and fuel efficiency at your authorized Dodge dealer. Schedule a test drive or go to Dodge.com and check out the powerful lineup. Michael Morse, since the All-Star break, has 28 of his 44 RBIs. Now that his hitting streak is over, he's still hit safely in 30 of his last 33 games with 28 RBIs. And Jeremy Hefner will start against the Nats for the third time this season. Hasn't gone too well for him, although he has a decent ERA. But as we showed you 2.5 hours ago, the long balls have hurt him, with LaRoche, Morse, and Espinoza homering against him. Jason Worth looks at him now for the first time ever. Jason, of course, on the DL when he pitched against the Nats. And he is greeted by a base hit solidly right up the middle. Jason Worth now in this series, 3 for 9. And he's hitting over 380 now in his last 16 games since coming off the disabled list.
He's just been very aggressive as he gets a fastball right there, trying to go inside with him. They get it there, and he just rips that thing back up the middle. Very quick, showing the quick bat that he's always had. I read an article that Peter Gammons had written a couple of weeks ago about Jason Worth being, according to Peter Gammons, at least twice as good this year as he was last year.
How do you quantify that?
I don't know. But the fact is, he's swinging the bat very aggressively and hitting the ball sharply.
Now, this is a 4-pitch pitcher. Jeremy Hefner, he throws the fastball over 50% of the time. He's got the slider, curve, and change, but it'll be an interesting matchup with a team that hits the fastball well. So Bryce in this series, a homer, 2 RBIs, a walk. And Worth, of course, has not done a whole lot of running this year, but when he has, he's been effective, 4 for 4. Breaking ball stays outside.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Fastball's 53%. He's not real fastball proud. A guy that likes his fastball, he's going to be around 65% fastballs. The slider, 19%. Curveball and changeup, 27%. Changeup, 17%. So almost as many off-speed pitches as he throws fastballs.
And he's checked Worth a couple of times. You know, Bryce Harper, interesting defense against him. David Wright, 30 feet off the third base bag. And then with the runner being held at first, a lot of hitting room right side. The count's 1-1. So they pretty much bunch Bryce up the middle with everybody but the first baseman here.
And I've noticed their right fielder, whomever it is out there, and last night,
Baxter
Hairston tonight plays deep. I mean, their back's almost up against the wall. And that was with Zimmerman hitting with a 2-run lead, and they made a real good play up against the wall.
And the off-speed breaking ball gets Bryce Harper. The Mets are the 12th ranked defense in the National League, but they've now gone 8 consecutive games without making an error. So it's Scott Hairston in right field today. Jason Bay came in for defense last night. Ronnie Cedeno for Tejada at short, and Justin Turner for Daniel Murphy against the left-hander at second. Kelly Shopik, who homered here on Friday night, back behind the plate for New York. He's just played a couple of games with them since coming over from Boston. Ryan Zimmerman 1 for 5 against Jeremy Hefner.
Yeah, it's seldom that you see a right fielder with a left-handed power bat and then a right-handed bat stand in the same spot. Hairston hasn't moved. He's standing the same place with Zim as he was with Harper.
Yeah, maybe that double last night convinced them not to even worry about the gap on Zimmerman. That ball will carry just to the edge of the track and gathered by Andres Torres for the second out. Find out why the government turns to STGinc.com. Jeremy Hefner is pitching pretty well for the Mets here in the month of August. The Nats got him for 4 runs on 7 hits. But since then, 2 runs on 6 hits. And then he goes to San Francisco, pitches 5 2/3, and at San Diego, 5 innings, just 1 run on 5 hits. So he's been in the bullpen, he's been in the minors, and he's been a starter this year. Young man from Perkins, Oklahoma, which is just south of Stillwater, where Oklahoma State is located. And he's one of a bunch of guys from that state who has pitched at that fine baseball program at Oral Roberts University. Facing Adam LaRoche, who got him for a homer back in June. That was here. That was on that breaking ball low and in. Big shift is on. And Adam a swing and a miss. And the Mets, more than any other team, would tell Adam LaRoche, if you want to lay one down, we'll give you 90 feet, no problem. Even with a guy like Michael Morse on deck. LaRoche 2 for 6 with 3 RBIs against Hefner.
Yeah, and at some point, Adam needs to take advantage of that and just lay a bunt down, give your team a chance to have a big inning, put a big crooked number up there. I mean, that's automatic right there. You get a runner in scoring position, you get Big Mike up at the plate. You know, you don't want to do it every time, but a situation like this.
And he will pop it up to left field. Jason Bay is under it. Mets got 2 hits in the top. The Nats get 1 hit in the bottom. And no score as we move on to the second after a long rain delay. Call for the Luna Double today. Get your second room of flooring free at 877-241-LUNA. No score. Cedeno Bay Shopik 6-7-8 for the Mets against Gio Gonzalez, who had a long first inning, 27 pitches, 16 strikes. Ronnie Cedeno, and that's a busted bat. Ian Desmond grabs it, and from behind the bag, nothing better than a one-pitch out after a very long first inning. So Masson's social media weekend, styled by Hair Cuttery, in progress. You can win seat upgrades, autograph gear, meet and greets, free haircuts, and more. Details posted on the Masson's Nationals Facebook page. Go back to school with a great new haircut. Visit Hair Cuttery today. Or for those of us older folks who have that dream where you're finalist this morning and you're totally unprepared for it, and you wake up and you're glad you're not in school, you can still have a great looking haircut. We've all had that dream, haven't we? There's another one for Ian Desmond. So suddenly the Mets, after getting Gio Gonzalez into a horrible pitch count, decide to really help him out here in the second inning.
Well, a lot of that has to do with fastballs down the middle of the plate. You don't want to get behind Gio and let him go to that breaking ball. And a lot of times in the bottom part of the lineup, the reason those guys are hitting down there is because they're not real patient. They have a tendency to go up there and swing at the first thing that looks good.
So here's Kelly Shopik, the catcher. 2 outs on 3 pitches. Let's see what the number 8 hitter uses as his approach here. And he saw Gio in the American League. Shopik, long time over there with several ball clubs, including Boston and Tampa Bay.
He's a dead fastball middle in hitter, so you don't want to just throw a cookie right down the middle of the plate here. You want to go away.
And he had time with Cleveland, 06 through 09, before the Rays and the Red Sox. And he's 0 for 6 career against Gio Gonzalez. Hit his 65th home run here the other night. It was a bomb halfway up the seats in left field. Perfect off-speed pitch.
First changeup of today on his 32nd pitch.
By the way, Ray, some good news from your home state. Dodgers just got 3 in the 9th and lead 5-0 in Atlanta.
Hello. Need to beat those boys up. Get into that bullpen. Get them all tired and toasted.
Tired and toasted. Well, there's what Kelly Shopik does. He keeps the inning alive, gets the Mets their third base hit, and that'll get the pitcher to the plate here in the second. Jeremy Hefner has 1 major league hit in 10 ABs, and it was a home run. So tomorrow night, Jordan Zimmerman and Tim Hudson in that huge series. Strasburg, Mahalam on Tuesday. Detweiler, Medlin Wednesday. Braves are another team working with only 6 guys out of their bullpen right now, I noticed as we looked at their game notes this morning, because they're going with a 6-man rotation. Hefner hits it well, 1 hopper. He hit a homer at Citi Field against Joe Blanton on May 29th. A really nice quick inning for Gio Gonzalez. And here comes Morse, bottom 2. kept him pretty quiet in this series, other than the grand slam. His only hit, but this is interesting. Highest home run to fly ball percentage. So, in other words, when Michael Morse hits a fly ball, it's a home run 22% of the time. Then you got sluggers by like Tomey, Stanton, Ryan Howard, and Mark Reynolds in there. That's an interesting stat that I hadn't seen before.
Well, all those guys are sluggers, and when they hit the ball in the air, they hit it a long way. And that shows you really guys that have probably the most pop in the league, because when they do hit a ball airborne, it carries out. It's not a pop-up. It's not a fly ball. It gets out of the yard.
Michael did that on Friday night, and that's why the government turns to stginc.com. They take us inside the numbers, and we learn something almost every time. So here's Morris, 1 for 8 in the series. But against Jeremy Hefner, he's 3 for 6 with a homer and 2 RBIs. And we talked to Michael about this in Phoenix last week. When he came back off the DL after that long layoff, it was all about getting 100 at-bats under his belt, and he's been raking ever since.
And that's where Ian Desmond is right now. He hasn't been on time.
That's well placed and hard enough. And the Nats have their second consecutive leadoff hit. Now, Ray, Michael, of course, started the season on the DL. Desmond had the whole first half, and then he gets hurt. So will it take him as long as it did Michael?
No, it shouldn't, because he was on time. He had his time. He got a lot of games underneath his belt. But the one thing, when he had that rib cage injury, he wasn't able to swing. So it could take him a little while as Michael hits the top of that baseball, but he's so strong, just forces it right through the infield.
So here's Ian Desmond still hunting that first base hit. 0 for 3 last night, 0 for 4 on Friday.
Well, he was just so hot prior to the injury that you could just see it. I mean, he looked like every at bat he was going to get a base hit, and for a good month and a half there, he probably hit 75% of the balls he made contact with hard.
Hefner ahead of him now, 0-2. Well, the fact that he's playing today, day game after a night game, I mean, he was in the lineup for a 1:35 start, and then he gets 2.5 hours extra rest. But the fact that Davey had him in there indicates he must be feeling really good.
Not having a lot of residual soreness after playing a night game.
Had to swing, and somehow, with a check swing, was able to foul that off on an 0-2 breaker.
Hefner has a good curveball that we've seen, the good slider. His fastball is very true blue. It doesn't have a lot of sink, not any rise on him. He doesn't cut it. Only throws it 90, 92 miles an hour, so he has to spot his fastball because it's very hittable. Looks like he's going to throw over first.
He goes up and in on Desmond and strikes him out. So he got Harper off speed. He gets Desmond with the heat.
He gave him the thumb up, and that just meant for him to elevate the fastball, and he does, and Desi can't catch up with it.
That'll bring in Danny Espinosa, who just keeps on getting on base every day. Batting second, 2 more hits last night from the right side of the plate. He's been on base 14 consecutive games and hitting during that time, .375. Hefner missed the spot, but he got a strike because Shopik was set up away.
He's throwing about 80% first pitch fastballs and throwing most of them for strikes, and then once he gets ahead of you, looks like he's trying to go to the breaking ball. Something off speed.
Looks like it's gone final. It just has in Atlanta. Espinosa, long one to left, and this ball is gone into the same gangway where Ike Davis hit his last night. So at the very moment the Braves lose, Danny Espinosa puts the Nats on top. That's his second home run this year against Hefner, and he's now 4 out of 7 against the Mets right-hander.
And Bob, these hitters see the same thing that I'm seeing, and that's he gets ahead with the fastball, and then he immediately seems to go to the breaking ball. Danny takes the fastball down the heart of the plate, gets behind 0-1, and then Hefner goes right to the breaking ball, and Danny was all over that thing. Drilled that thing to left field. Line shot. I'll tell you, that thing won't get out of here.
So his 14th of the year, RBI total shoots up to 46. Here's Suzuki with one out. Kurt will take a strike.
Just watch how Danny stays back and keeps that head right on the baseball. Doesn't roll over on it. Very level through the strike zone, maintaining that level swing for a long way through the zone.
And Cedeno will handle this one from Suzuki for the second out. That shows you how quickly things can change in baseball. The very second the Atlanta final was posted on the board, the Nats take the lead here. So here's Gio Gonzalez. And that's the sort of thing we'll be keeping an eye on in September as well, when the Nats are playing somebody and the Braves are playing someone else.
Well, I've played a lot of baseball, been around a long, long time, too long probably, but and have coached, managed, all that stuff. But I've never enjoyed a season more than I've enjoyed this one, partner. It's just been a joy to watch these kids play, watch them grow, watch my good buddy there, Davey, manage this team. And it's just been a magical year so far.
You know, and that championship team you were on, Ray, with him 26 years ago.
Gosh.
How many managers adapt to changing times like that?
Oh, golly, not many, because it has changed so much. And I know when I managed, my downfall was the fact that I had a tough time changing. And, a lot of players there for a while, there was a bit of coming in and thinking that maybe there was an entitlement, that you, in the big leagues, you could go out and just throw your glove out there and play. And it wore me out. I just was used to people playing hard and doing the things right. And Davey, he's just always been a guy that's been so level-headed, commands so much respect. There's the top three teams.
Yeah, and the Nats have a 4.5-game lead now with Atlanta losing, and could be 5 at the end of the day. Meanwhile, as Danny Espinosa gets some celebratory eye drops, Gio keeps battling here. He's fouled off a bunch. And a 2-2 pitch. And now the crowd is starting to enjoy this.
Well, Hefner just doesn't have enough on his fastball to throw it by you. I mean, at 92 elevated, he did to Desi, but Desi's not on time right now. He's having a tough time with his timing. It will come. That's the only guy he's beaten with the fastball.
Gio launches one to center, and it is Andres Torres under it. But a great inning because Michael Morse got it started. He's hitting 31 of his last 34 games. Danny Espinosa goes opposite field, and Washington, after 2, on top by a deuce. He is tough to get out. Doing some big-time damage. He'll do it next year, too. Be here every day for a full season ticket plan. Place a deposit right now, and you'll receive postseason ticket purchase priority if the Nats make it to October. Go to nationals.com/2013 or call 202-675-NATS. The offer expires September 15th. Some restrictions apply. Gio had an 8-pitch second inning. So he got his buddies back in the dugout real quickly, and they did some damage. He faces Andres Torres, top of the order again for the Mets, who've had 3 hits first time around. Torres bounced out to Desmond to start the game. Target in. And he goes soft and misses away. Andres Torres 0 for 8 in this series. 4 for 16 career against Gio. And he went reaching for a pitch that was tailing away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. By the way, the Nats have won 74 this year. Cincinnati just won their 74th. They beat the Cubs today, so they're 74 and 48. The Nats 74-46. That one a little bit up.
Gio going for the strikeout there instead of pitching to contact. 2-2, elevating the fastball, trying to get him to chase it.
3-2 now, and then he misses. First walk of the day, 57th of the year. Gio does not have a strikeout yet, and that's okay. In the odd stat department that I was given before the ball game, Sunday is the only day of the week the Nats have a losing record. They're 8-10. Not sure exactly what that means, but it often is a day game after a night game. But they lost on Saturday last night, but they're still 14-7. Their best day of the week is hump day. The Nats are 14-4 on Wednesdays, so that'll get your week going pretty good. Justin Turner base it up the middle first time, that one that scooted on Danny Espinosa. Gio gets ahead off the stretch, looking at the base runner. And Andres Torres is a guy who will take a base if you give it. He's 10 for 14 this year. Oh, 2 now.
Really, yeah, he located this thing right there inside top part of the strike zone, just getting the edge of the black.
That's our Nissan pitch track. Get to the summer saving days until September 4th. Visit choosenissan.com or stop by your local dealer. That ball out to right, no problem for Jason Worth, moving to his left. And David Wright will bat again with 1 on, 1 out. Big crowd today, not as big as last night's amazing house of almost 43,000. They had almost 35 here on Friday night. I'm sure the weather might affect today's final number, but hats off to these folks who stayed for a 2.5-hour rain delay for this one to start.
Threw David mostly fastballs last at bat, popped him up to right field on a fastball inside. Let's see how he works in this time. Threw him 6 pitches, 5 of them fastballs.
And David Wright 1 for 5 career against Gio. 2 for 8 with a walk in this series.
Torres has stolen 10 bases on the season, but as we talked about night before last, when you have a guy like David Wright at the plate, you better have all your focus on him. It doesn't make much sense to run Torres in front of a guy that has the kind of pop that Wright has. A lot of doubles, 16 home runs on the season.
David Wright does lead the Mets in one category the Nats like, and that's 12 double plays hit into. Torres with a short lead. That's a beautiful breaking ball.
That's the one he's been feeling for right there. Starts this thing just below waist high and ends up down there at the shins. Most of his breaking balls so far tonight has been a little higher than belt high and only gotten down to above the knee.
Target in, way upstairs.
Yeah, when he starts that thing just mid-thigh high with a good bite on it, there's just not a whole lot you can do about it. The reason these balls have been hit to right field, the 3 fly balls to right on the curveball, has been because they've been up a little bit.
David Wright in the air to right center. It'll play. Jason Worth raises the right hand and says, "I've got it, Bryce." Nice throw, by the way. Right on the bag. 2 outs. That may be the one part of Jason Worth's game we don't talk about enough, is his arm. How accurate he is, whether he's playing center field or right. So 2 outs, and Gio's done himself well by retiring David Wright in routine fashion twice.
Another fastball inside part. Couldn't get there. There it is. Little seed right on the bag. Yeah, you mentioned that about Jason. He doesn't have a weakness in his game. He's a good runner, excellent base runner, can steal you a base, tends to steal bases when they're most needed, drive in runs, hits with power. Just a complete player.
Scott Hairston on a 2-0 pitch. Rifled a base hit to left field first time up.
Need to do something to get him off that fastball. He is dead set on hitting the fastball. Hasn't missed many fastballs. Good fastball hitter anyway.
And he's hitting over .320 against left-handers this year. 9 of his 14 home runs. There he goes again.
Got to get ahead of him and go to some off-speed stuff. We know he can hit the fastball.
Hairston is 2 for 2 today, and he is 5 out of 6 in this series. He wore out Detweiler and company Friday night, and he's 2 for 2 against Gio now. That was a pitch down low. He went and got it.
Yeah, but, that's not a hard pitch to hit. I mean, everybody talks about the ball, keeping the ball down and in to right-handers and left-handers. Used to be left-handers whelled on that pitch, and they didn't say much about right-handers getting on the ball down and in, but right-handers have always been able to get to that ball, too.
Here's Ike Davis. Situation just like this. Flied to center for the final out in the top of the first, and Gio misses with a breaking ball.
I like up and in, down and away. And when I say up and in, I mean in there. Take the buttons off of that shirt.
Misses 2-0. So something about these 5 hitters causing Gio long innings. Even making that out, Davis still a .500 hitter against him with a home run. That's on the corner.
Yeah, he got a call right there. That's a perfect pitch.
And a 2-1 is off to the other side. Big pitch in the ball game early right here.
Drop that hook on him.
He does. Gets a little ground ball right to Adam LaRoche. How good was that? 5 hits for the Mets. They've stranded all 5. Top of the order ahead for Gio's Nats. Hyundai's Summer Drive sales event now through September 3rd. Well, it has really cooled off here in D.C. this weekend. 73 degrees at game time. And the monument standing tall. Nice crowd at Nationals Park today. Braves are coming in tomorrow night, and the Nats take on their division rival. A lot's on the line. The Nats will either have a 4 or a 5-game lead starting tomorrow night. And then on Tuesday, it's 2 for Tuesday, 2 for 1 hot dogs and soda. Nationals.com/tickets while supplies last, and some restrictions apply. So the Mets, Phillies are winning big today. Miami's at Colorado in a close game. It's a 2-horse race. And the Nats would love to win this series and have a 5-game lead going into those 3 against the Braves. There are tickets remaining, but not many really good seats, so get online, make the call this afternoon. Worth with a base hit up the middle, first time.
Boy, he's keeping that front side locked in. A lot of times last year, he would float with that left side. The front shoulder would pull off a little bit. Man, he looks good up there.
Worth checks this ball to left center. That'll be cut off by Andres Torres. He'll slide to a stop after taking a big round to the bag. And Jason Worth is now 4 for 10 in this series. And he's hitting nearly .390 now since coming off the DL.
Well, he could always hit, ladies and gentlemen. Last year, the big contract. A lot of things on his mind. Didn't get off to a good start. Still put together a decent year, a contributing year. Now he looks like the Jason Worth of old. I love the way he plays.
Hey, with a bad ankle, that's a great way to stop. Not that his ankle's bad, but he's still coming off some discomfort in that last week. And we've seen guys do that, especially Jason last year did that a lot.
High changeup first pitch.
He struck out Bryce Harper off speed first time up. Well, I should say he's over .390. He's at .404 now. Wow. Now Hefner, 1 ball, 1 strike. Bryce Harper in this series, 2 for 5, a homer, a walk. 2 batted in with that laser beam he hit Friday night. He got off speed. There it goes, heading for the scoreboard. It'll short hop. Worth is going to score. Harper's going for 3. And he is safe. The Nats lead 3-0. that ball really checked up nice off the board out there. And when Andres Torres had to go get it, Ray, it was 3 bags for both runners.
Hey, it checked up off the board because it punched a hole in there. That ball was rocketed. Breaking ball up in the strike zone, and this thing was hit as hard as you can hit it. Goes up the scoreboard, crawling up there. Worth scores easily. Bryce easily to third base. 2 rockets to start off the 3rd inning.
Yeah, nobody out here. Infield in Ryan Zimmerman. The Nats trying to go up by 4 here. And Ryan patiently takes that breaking ball. It was a good pitch. But it was away and called a strike. So Harper collects his 35th RBI on his 6th Major League triple.
I don't know if people realize what this kid is accomplishing this year. I mean, 19 years old and in the big leagues. It's not that he's learning how to play. I mean, he was a born baseball player. He learned how to play when he was 8, 9 years old. But to be pitched as tough as he's been pitched with off-speed pitches, never seemingly challenged with the breaking ball, away, 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 off the plate away, always some type of movement, trick pitch. Man, he's a breath of fresh air now.
3 hits, 3 RBIs in this series. And this is the breakout we were hoping for, coming off a very tough road trip. Zimmerman hits it hard. Bryce Harper on that trip to Houston, Arizona, and San Francisco was 3 for 32. He comes home Friday night, single, 2-run homer, walk. And today, an RBI triple.
Well, he's going to have growing pains in those type of weeks or a couple of weeks that way, but he just has a way to figure things out. His bat is so quick.
Target in. That ball rifled to left. It is on the ground, and here comes Harper. That's a base hit for Zimmerman, and the Nationals lead 4-0. Good hustle by the umpire, Brian Runge, to get out there as it skipped into the glove of Jason Bay. RBI number 67 for Zim.
He gets the breaking ball, and it's tumbling, and it stays right there, belt high. Zim, line drive, hard. Harper doing the right thing, going back to tag up to make sure that the ball's down, reads it once it's down, would have scored easily either way. Now that's a play that you're not taught. You know through instincts what to do. I mean, you're taught at an early age that you go back and tag up on any ball that's in the air. But Bryce just does it naturally. Nice piece of hitting too, boy.
Still nobody out. Here's Adam LaRoche, who gave Harper that stand-up sign, enabling him to come into home plate easily. Fastball outside. And again, with the runner on first base, David Wright playing in an up-the-middle shortstop position. Now maybe up by 4, you don't bunt now. I think everybody in the ballpark wanted Adam to do that first time up. But he's paid to drive in runs. It's a bit of an argument one way or the other.
Well, I was playing for Sparky Anderson in 1977. Richie Hebner was hitting for the Pittsburgh Pirates. We were playing the same type of shift on him with the Cincinnati Reds, and Richie bunted 4 times, 4 base hits, and Sparky had me play right where David Wright's playing 4 at bats. I said, Skip, what do you want me to do? He said, stay there. He's paid to pull the ball and hit the ball out of the park. Let him bunt.
LaRoche hits this ball pretty well to left, but it backs up Jason Bay. Zimmerman is tagging. Here he comes. He's going to make it easily. Nice base running, Ryan Zimmerman. Adam hit that ball deep enough to back up Bay. Couldn't get a whole lot behind that catch and throw. And the Nats are playing some good solid baseball here with Michael Morse coming up.
They've played that way all year, haven't they, Bob? Aggressive, base running. Read an article that Bo Porter was responding to about base running being something that defines this ball club. And this club has been excellent in that aspect of the game.
And it's not just stolen bases. It's tagging on fly balls. It's going first to third on hits, second to home on hits. Michael singled up the middle first time, so he's starting a new hitting streak evidently. Hefner with a strike. No activity in the Mets bullpen yet. But I see some guys hanging around where the phone is mounted on the wall. Morris slags that pitch coming in, and he tried to pull it. 0-2 here in the third. Solid with runners in scoring position. 33 of his 44 RBIs. And he's 4 for 7 against Jeremy Hefner. It's going to be one of these at bats pretty quick when Desmond gets out of that offer. That's wild, and Zimmerman can stroll to third base.
Well, there hasn't been too many balls that have not been making a loud noise off the bat, and there Hefner tries to make a perfect pitch, gets away from him. 0-2.
And a 1-2 to Michael Morse. Bat goes part of it to the left, ball to the right. They sliver right off the end of it.
He must have a cupped bat.
Yeah.
Because I've seen that happen so many times when they put that cup where they take that blade, take out a little bit of the weight at the end of the bat. Hit a ball right near the end, and it does that.
That's 2 more here in the third. Another run to pick up with Zimmerman at third, less than 2 outs. And Morris all locked up on that breaking ball. Shopik will tag him. 2 down. Third strikeout for Hefner. Find out why the government turns to STGinc.com. So inside the numbers of batters who have enough at bats to qualify. Ian Desmond. The average, the homers. So on the ball club, kind of surprising. But Morris and Worth don't have enough at bats like Ian Desmond does. Worth hitting well over 300, and Michael Morris under 300. That ball hammered.
Hey, this guy might have been the best hitter in the league in June. I mean, there just was. Look at those 17 home runs and 53 RBIs. He put those things up in a hurry. I mean, I actually started talking about him being an MVP candidate right about the All-Star break, because his numbers was as good as anybody's in the game. I mean, outfielders, big power hitting first and third baseman.
He's going to rewrite all the shortstop offensive records for this ball club by the time he's done. That's a breaking ball that he stays with to foul, and the count's 1-2. There's a home run guy on deck. So Hefner wants the inning to end right here. Desmond pulling that outside pitch. David Wright has it. Wide throw. Davis pulls it in. The Nets settle for a couple. Bryce Harper and Zimmerman RBIs. It's 4-0. Another day standing and cheering and clapping for our wounded warriors who are here. It's our DynCorp International Troop Recognition. And at DynCorp International, we serve today for a better tomorrow. We applaud you, sir. So the Nats on top by 4. Cedeno, Bay, and Shopik, top of the 4th, against Gio Gonzalez. He's got a nice cushion to work with now. His team is out hit the Mets 6-4. There's been a walk, so he's stranded all 5 of their base runners, and Ronnie Cedeno leads off. You've seen one pitch today, and he grounded out to Desmond. Takes that one outside. Often when a pitcher has a high pitch count in the first few innings and then gets a lead to work with, you'll see him get a whole lot more economical. It's what Steve McCatty is hoping for, because the Mets may be inclined to be a little more aggressive, trying to make some things happen here. That ball driven to right. Worth's got to go back, and it's unreachable. Ronnie Cedeno hits it over his head, and that breaks an 0 for 7, and then he gets himself to third base. They will give him a 3-bagger. Relay handled not as well as the Nats usually do.
Fastball out away from him, driving to right field. Jason Bing playing very shallow in right field this whole series. That ball hit very flat on the line. Not a lot of time to get back there. But you do not see Cedeno drive the ball that often over a right fielder's head.
Yeah, they don't give Worth an error, but I think on the replay it was obvious. Cedeno was slowing down, and when he saw the bobble, he took off. So they give him a triple. He's at third with nobody out for Jason Bay. Jason Bay is having a tough year coming back from concussion syndrome. He's playing in his 48th game of the year. He's hitting a .155 coming into today. Now it's 154, and he's driven in 12 runs. Between Jason Bay and Johan Santana, the Mets are on the hook for about $50 million next year. And that's going to deter them from doing a whole lot during the offseason, unless they're just willing to pay these guys to play somewhere else.
What a bright young player coming up with the Pirates and going over and putting up those big numbers in Boston.
Yeah, that got him the big contract in New York for $66 million.
Also had a rib fracture this year that was non-displaced, which put him on the DL also.
Yeah, he drove in 119 runs for the Red Sox in 09 with 36 home runs. Then he had a concussion in 2010, out for the season after mid-July. Last year, Citi Field cost him 6 homers because of the dimensions. And then this year, the problems: concussion, rib. Number 8 hitter Kelly Shopik is next. Runner at third, nobody out, and Gio's gone 3-2 on Bay. Nats will trade it out for a run. How about the strikeout? You don't have to trade. So Gio comes up big, and that's his first K of the day. Number 159 on the year.
Well, he just reared back for a little extra there. Bay late after seeing a couple of curveballs.
And the luxury of having a 4-run lead, the infield stays back with Kelly Shopik coming in. He singled up the middle first time. Had them all locked up on a great breaking ball.
Well, he has a dandy. Get on top of that thing and get in a rhythm. He and Clayton Kershaw, the 2 best curveballs in the league for me.
And a ball hit to short right field. This shouldn't score the run. Worth is in shallow right and 2 outs. He can just throw it into Desmond. And now with the pitcher coming up, a chance to get out of this inning. PNC Bank, for the achiever in you, solutions to help you achieve your financial goals. And we had not heard of Matt Fote until today, out of USC, an undrafted free agent. And his last 10 games raking for the Gulf Coast League Nats down in Vieira and hitting .347 on the year. Nice going for somebody who was not even drafted in June. A diamond in the rough. Here's Hefner, who bounced out to Espinosa first time up, and Gio gets ahead.
We seem to have a lot of those, don't we?
Good organizations find those guys. Your late owner in Cincinnati once said, "I can't believe we pay guys to go watch baseball games." Well, no matter what Marge Schott thought, that's why you pay scouts to go watch games, Ray, because that's the only way you find those guys.
Bless Marge's heart. She
had some different ideas when it came to this
She did a lot for that
game.
City of Cincinnati, but gosh. But you better believe it. If you're going to build an organization, you must do it through your minor league system. And nobody's done it better than the group here led by Mike Rizzo. But, you know, you have to spend money, and that's where the Learners have done. I mean, unbelievable how they have spent money. Big hook, top of the strike zone, maybe a tad high.
That one's a strike. The Mets had a man at third and nobody out, and Gio went to work. 2 strikeouts, and the Nats now, after 3.5, still on top, 4-0. Jason Worth all over the bases so far. And, of course, Gio now backs it up with 4 innings of shutout ball. Great swing on a breaking ball away, Ray.
Outside part of the plate, too. Maybe even away off the plate. Drove the thing right into the bullpen. As you mentioned, same place that Ike Davis hit his last night. And Danny heating up here in August.
Remember, your Washington area Lexus dealers donate $200 to the Children's National Medical Center every time a Nat hits a home run. And for Danny Espinosa, his 14th, I failed to mention, that's 130 for the Nationals. They're in the top 4 in the National League in home runs. And a long, long way to go. Check my notes and see how many the Nats hit last year. They hit 154 last year. That was 7th in the National League. They were 14th in batting average and 13th in runs. They're going to obliterate those numbers this year. Espinosa severely jammed. Cedeno gets rid of it in a hurry for the first out, 4th inning. Suzuki and Gonzalez, the next two. So it's a good trend. The Nats hitting numbers are way up, and the pitching numbers are down, and last year wasn't that bad. The Nationals ended up last season with Strasburg coming back for a short time after Jordan Zimmerman was shut down, and they had a team ERA of 3.58. That was number 6 in the league. This year, numero uno all year long. Suzuki bounced out to short first time, and as a National, Kurt is 7 for 35, playing in his 10th game. But never to be forgotten on a day-by-day basis how he handles a pitching staff that, other than Gio, he's still getting to know. Now he gets jammed. Hefner's made some good pitches here. 2 quick outs. That is a fair ball when caught by Ike Davis. 2 outs. Nats Live post-game concert series. Third Eye Blind did their thing here last night. Packed house. Dierks Bentley is coming, and that'll be in the late afternoon on September 22nd after the Nats take on Milwaukee. Tickets start at $10. Go to nationals.com/concerts. Some restrictions apply. Must have a game ticket to stay for Dierks Bentley. So you get Braun and Bentley in the same afternoon. Ryan Braun and the Brewers will be here. That guy had a higher batting average. He'd be a Triple Crown candidate. Look at Gio serve one to right field. That'll be his 6th base hit of the year in 49 ABs. And he'll tell everybody that, you know, now that I'm a power guy, they're pitching me away, so I took him to right field. Jordan likes it.
Another breaking ball, working out outside again, and he just reaches out there, and you're right, he just pokes it, gets enough on the ball to drop it in there. They count just like a line drive.
Jason Worth 2 for 2 today, 4 for 10 in the series. And his on-base percentage is up around .420 now. If you were part of the packed house last night and watching today, we talked about the fact that Davey Johnson is so impressed with Worth. He's a big man with a leadoff hitter's mentality and approach at the plate. And he just keeps on getting on. And if Peter Gammon says he's twice as good as he was last year,
did.
That's good enough for us right now. Likes it at home, hitting .350 here. Not like a slouch on the road. He's hitting over 300 away from Nationals Park as well. Two outs now. Maybe he's looking to drive the ball more than he has when he's gone 2 for 2 as a leadoff guy today. Yeah, that's a pitch trying to drive it and do big time damage.
He's just on the baseball. He knows he's quick enough, and he's not trying to serve the ball to right field.
Yeah, especially with 2 outs and a runner at first. That's the extra dimension here now, Ray. He can do that.
Yeah, Davey mentioned earlier in the season that the difference that he sees in him is that he is aggressive. He's not taking a lot of pitches. He seemed to last year always be working for a walk. Now he's going out there looking to swing the bat, and if it's a ball, he takes it.
And a 1-2. And you got to be a guy with a long wingspan to reach a breaking ball like that, to foul it off and stay alive.
Well, when you're 6'5", you have a long wingspan.
Well, it doesn't do much good to get ahead of him, does it?
But you also have to have that ball. Yeah, and that's an indicator of a guy that's seeing the ball well and not trying to be too quick with the bat. You're not pulling off the ball. You're not forcing it. You're not trying to overpower it. You're just reacting to it.
He'll step back from the fastball inside. 2-2. Bryce Harper, big time damage with a triple, one hopping the scoreboard last time. Worth goes out that way, but it'll just carry to the short gap and be caught by Scott Hairston. The Nats have stranded 3. Gio will go back to work right after he got that base hit, up 4. Summer Drive sales event now through September 3rd. AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. And by Mercedes-Benz, located on the web at MBUSA.com. It's turned into a nice day to have a little snack along the river. 73 degrees at game time. Skies have been overcast, so the fans are quite comfortable. And Teddy in the lead. They're going to lean to the left today on Sunday. Could Teddy sustain it? I think you know the answer. Look at Abe. He's making his move. And then he decides to taunt his fellow chief executives as he crosses the Geico President's Race finish line. I don't know. I just don't remember reading any history books and thinking Abe was like that. Andres Torres, ground ball and a walk. 5th inning underway. That ball will be hooking into the seats. That's why you bring the leather. Very cool. He's got his own straw going there. Next thing you know, he'll be so cool he'll have a toothpick. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Hey, you can smile when you make that play, buddy. Nice breaking ball down and into the right-hander. And Ray, here in the 2nd and 3rd times around the order, Gio's starting to collect some strikeouts. That's 3 of the last 4 batters on the Cholula pitch track.
Again, right on top of the breaking ball. Swinging around the shoelaces as the thing breaks so sharply. Got that thing zeroed in.
Trying to tie Johnny Cueto for the league lead in wins with 16. Cholula bringing the heat and the flavor and occasionally the big hook. Here's Justin Turner. Then he pulls the string on him. So he's pulling out the whole arsenal here 3rd time around. Gio's lifetime record 53 and 38, 114th career start. And the fastball that probably looked a lot harder after that changeup.
Well, it was 95 to start with, so it must have looked like it was 105.
Last 3 years, consistent winner. Consistent good ERAs with Oakland, too. That's a bouncer to 3rd. Backs up Zimmerman, gets rid of it. To LaRoche. No problem on a hop with that smooth as silk first baseman. And Gio against these guys finally gets the first 2 guys of the inning with David Wright coming up. AT&T, fact of the game. So last night when Edwin Jackson struck out 11, 9th time a Nats pitcher has gone 10 or more. Strasburg, the most usual guy. Gio, Jackson, and Jordan Zimmerman right behind him. There's David Wright, who's flied to right twice.
Well, the best 4 power arms back to back to back to back in the league. No doubt about it. You throw in Ross Detweiler in there.
That ball drilled up the middle. That's only David Wright's 3rd hit of the series. So you'll take 1 hit per game from that guy. Although he did have 2 on Friday, then a walk last night. And Scott Hairston now. After this replay, or replays, it'll be the matchup of the day with Hairston coming in.
Finally catches up to a fastball. He's been throwing him nothing but fastballs. He flew out to right twice and finally dialed it up a notch and caught up with it, and line drives it back up the middle.
Boy, he locked and loaded those hips, didn't he, going into that swing? That was pretty to watch.
I want to see him throw him something other than a fastball. There you go.
You said that after his at-bat last time, and Gio heard you. Breaking ball. Hairston 5 out of 6 in this series, and he's 9 for 18 during a 6-game hitting streak.
If you get in a groove where you're timing the fastball and they throw it to you, you're going to keep on hitting it. You're just, if they keep throwing it, you're going to keep hitting it as long as you get a good ball to hit. You know, if you locate it and put it on a corner or have it moving with late movement away from you or into you, it's a different story. But he's gotten a lot of balls right down the middle of the plate, and he just hasn't missed any of them.
So after 2 breaking balls, what would you throw him here? Maybe a high-top fastball to set up a changeup?
High fastball up out of the zone. Not that far out of it.
That took off.
Well, because he's so fastball geared, you know that he's going to handle anything in. So elevate usually right about above those letters. Suzuki getting up there, showing you how quick he is. 95-mile-an-hour fastball, about 9 feet. He's able to spear that thing.
All right, 1-2. Does he go away soft? Now he goes down with the breaking ball again. So out of 4 pitches, Hairston has seen 3 hooks.
I think he gets him if he throws him the curveball here for a strike.
He goes fastball away and misses. Suddenly 3-2.
He's trying to get him to chase because he knows that he's not going to. Well, he may get him with a fastball. I mean, even the best hitters in the world pop it up every once in a while, but now he's in a 3-2 count.
And you can't walk him ahead of Ike Davis. 4-run lead. My best against your best, right?
Go get him.
He did, but Hairston fouled it straight back.
You know, it's about location. Gio's fastball is good enough to get any hitter in the world out if he locates it. But because people are so geared for it, knowing that he's going to be up there 94, 95, they started a little early, and if it's center cut or down the middle, you got a good chance to hit it hard.
David Wright running again, and Hairston hanging tough.
Oh my goodness, almost hit McDonald's.
84, I guess that was a changeup.
He challenges him and wins the battle on a pop-up to left. Michael Morse looking into the glare, and he's got it. 5 shutout innings by Gio Gonzalez, with big hitters Harper, Zim, LaRoche coming up.
Welcome back to Nationals Park. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning here, and the Nationals lead the Mets 4-0. And this week, Davey Johnson talked about that, how the entire team has gone through a change of philosophy when it comes to hitting. He said it's been a long process that started last season, but he's happy to see everybody getting on the same page. He said, we used to be a go the other way, let the ball get deep ball club. Now the approach, more hit the ball hard where it's pitched. He said you have to make the adjustments depending on how a ball club is pitching to you. You know, he's had this conversation with young guys and veterans. He's seen everybody make the adjustments. He said we've had our hard times, we've had our slides, but we've had times when we're good, and now we're starting to see consistently quality at bats along the entire lineup. And he said the scouting report on us to pitch us has not is not as easy as it used to be.
Yeah, that's great stuff. We saw Ian Desmond, the #1 example of that during the first half of the season. Jason Worth may be the latest, and that's Christina with our sideline report. Visit AFCEA.org, the association for IT pros. And I think Bryce Harper has done a pretty good job this year of hitting where they're pitching him. It's been a lot of away lately. Then he started getting a couple of hits. Now they come in and he jacks one off the scoreboard in right field. Harper, Zimmerman, LaRoche against Jeremy Hefner, and there it goes. Right center field. See you later. The Nats by 5. Harper's second homer of the weekend and his 12th of the year. Almost went upper deck. How about that day? 7 total bases on 2 swings, 2 RBIs. Bryce has now driven in 36. I think he's back.
Well, you don't hit 2 balls harder than that back to back. And both those balls were scalded.
So Bryce in this series, 4 for 7, 2 homers, 4 RBIs.
And there it is, middle of the plate, working away. Bryce barrel to the baseball, getting it out front. And the only reason it didn't go in the upper deck, it just didn't have enough elevation. It was more of a line drive.
Zimmerman hits that ball hard, but as you mentioned, Mets right fielders play deeper than anybody this side of Yellowstone.
They are back there.
And that's one out, grabbed by Hairston. LaRoche and Morse now the next 2 big boppers for the Nats here in the 5th inning. So that's homer number 131 for Washington. Team with the most homers in the league, Milwaukee with 144. Ryan Braun, 33 of those. But the Nats will be challenging everybody else here. Also, the Reds with 144. And right-hander Manny Acosta is up in the Mets bullpen. Adam LaRoche, 2 fly balls to left today.
We've seen a lot of balls go out of this ballpark over the scoreboard. Most of them end up in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd row. The ones that are really hit hard may go back there to the 5th, 6th row. That ball hit off the facade where it's probably 15 to 18 rows deep, and it looked like it might be still trying to get up. What a talented young man.
It's good to see him driving the ball.
Well, you mentioned they finally threw him inside, and he scorched it, and then they tried him in there again.
The long run for the left fielder, Jason Bay, for the fair ball. And Randy Knorr made a great comment when we visited in the dugout in Arizona last week. He said, this guy's just like a veteran player. You're going to have a bad month, no matter who you are, during the course of a season. He said Bryce is having his bad month, and Randy thought that when the Nats got back home, things might change, and right you have been, sir. Talking it over with Ryan Zimmerman, Mark DeRosa, always within earshot.
You just have to try to keep your mind clear. Those pitchers out there and facing a different guy every day.
Yeah, and guys you haven't seen before, and that'll hit Michael, and he'll go to first base with 2 outs.
Guys that have different arm angles, The breaking balls have, as we see Michael getting hit pretty hard right there on the, actually got him on the pad.
Yeah. Forearm protector in the right place.
But getting back to the thought is, you've got so many different pitchers, so many different angles, different velocities, different sink. It takes a while to learn the league. And Bryce has been able to take a fast course and learning what these pitchers do and realizing that I think if you just look and try to pick the ball up, react to it, don't get caught up in what they're trying to do, don't guess. And that's very hard for a young player to do. I probably was 26 years old before I got to a place in my progression that I didn't overthink. And that was with 6 years of minor league experience. And 4 years in winter ball in Mexico and Dominican Republic.
Ian Desmond gets under this one to right center. Andres Torres waiting. So the Nats will score again. They're doing a great job of not exactly tacking on runs, but blasting on runs. Harper goes deep, his 12th of the year. And after 5, Washington by 5. A triple, a home run today. A single, a home run, a walk on Friday. So he's got everything but the double for the weekend cycle. Jordan Zimmerman, Tim Hudson tomorrow night. Braves coming in for that huge series. Paul Maholm and Steven Strasburg on Tuesday. And then Chris Medlin, Ross Detweiler. Wednesday night, the Nats could lead by 5 before the Braves land in D.C. tonight.
Well, if things stay the way they are, that's probable. And setting up for a great series. Good, actually great matchup with the veteran Tim Hudson with that synchronous slider matching up against Zim. Paul Maholm, who came over from the Cubs. And this club knows him well. He was with the Pirates prior to that. And then Medlin, who the club also knows, but mostly out of the bullpen. They've converted him to a starter.
Well, the key is tomorrow night for both ball clubs. If the Nats can beat Tim Hudson, and they've beaten him a couple of times the last 2 years. He used to be, I think, 13-1 against Washington. Now he's 14-5. You win that game, Ray, that could open up the floodgates for a great series. And on the other hand, the Braves need Hudson to come up big to give them a chance to get within 4 and then take it from there. Well, so tomorrow night's game is the key to the series. We'll check this one on the Nissan pitch track. Not a bad pitch. Ike Davis fouls the payoff pitch back. Count stays 3-2.
You're getting late in the season, Bob, and you just want to lap off these games, click them off, and maintain a lead with a 5-game lead.
And Ike Davis will drive that ball. Now how important Does it look last inning? And the Nats got Scott Hairston out finally with 2 men on. Actually 1 man on, but if they don't get him out, there would have been 2 for Davis. Then they tack on a run. So Ike Davis doubles to lead off the 6th. Man, if this guy hits for higher average, he'd be an all-star.
Fastball. He likes the ball out away from him. Everything that he's hit has been out away from him. And he pulls the ball, but the ball's out away from him. Fastball. The balls that he hit hard to center field in the series prior to here, when he hit home runs, were balls out away from him. The ball last night was out away from him.
And by the way, this could be the last inning for Gio. He starts the 6th inning with 90 pitches. He's up to 98 now with nobody out. And there is stretching going on in the bullpen, and Jim Lett's hanging out near the phone. That first inning, 27 pitches. And then the 3rd inning, when he threw 21, really ran up that pitch count today.
Yeah, based upon the way Davey has handled the pitching this season, you would pretty much guarantee that he's out of there after this inning.
So with Stammen up, McCaddy is out from the dugout. Nats getting their share of hits today. The Nats have only out hit him 8-7. But they've only put 2 hits together in 1 inning today, and that was the first. That's when Turner singled with 1 out, Hairston with 2 outs, Davis flew out. Leadoff triple in the 4th by Ronnie Cedeno. He was stranded. And now 2 innings later, a leadoff double by Ike Davis.
Well, they've gotten a hit in every inning, but haven't gotten more than 1 hit in any inning other than the first. And what I was going to say about the Braves, they're 5 games back. All the pressure's on the Atlanta Braves. If they come in here and lose 2 out of 3 and get to 6 games with only 3 games remaining against the Nationals, it is going to be very difficult for them to make up ground. That's just the way it is. As long as you continue to play the way that you've played, and there's no reason why this ball club won't. They believe they're going to play well. They believe they're going to win. They've got the horses to do it.
That ball hit high in the air to center. It's going to back Harper up. This could be interesting. Davis not that fast. He's tagging. And the throw is just a little bit down the line, but he had no chance. Too far out there. And so they get a runner at third base with 1 out. Hey, Ray, 2 other things to consider. The Nationals against the Braves this year, 3-3 here. 5-1 in Atlanta, the Nats are against that ball club.
Yeah, they played them great heads up the last 2 years. Rice gets back on the ball, makes a good throw, but just too deep. Yeah, they have. They played the Braves extremely well. And one of the big reasons why the Braves last year folded down the stretch was how the Nationals played them in July and August.
Jason Bay, 0 for 2. Ground ball to short, swinging strikeout. And he swung and struck out as the first batter up after Cedeno tripled back in the 4th inning. Well, it'll be a lot of fun when Atlanta comes in here tomorrow night. If you don't have tickets, grab them. Some still left. We'll have all 3, of course, on Masson. And a bouncer to short will get New York its first run. Nats will trade an out for a run. Jason Bay, 13th RBI. It's a 5-1 ball game here in the 6th with 2 outs. Base is empty for Kelly Shopik.
Throws him the sinker down. Nice job charging that ball, staying down, taking up ground, making it an easy play for him. Davis scampering home.
Mets have Manny Acosta ready in their bullpen. If the inning continues, they'll hit for Hefner with Ruben Tejada, the shortstop, who started the first 2 games of this series. Shopik 1 for 2. He has singled up the middle, flied to right. So it kind of looks like both starters are about to depart. As we mentioned, Kelly Shopik 0 for 6 against Gio in the American League. 1 for 2 against him today. Reds have to be chuckling a bit. They won their game today. And the two teams chasing them, Pirates, Cardinals, are in the 13th inning in St. Louis. In a rubber game of that series. That's a high strike on a fastball. Reds have opened up a 7-game lead in the Central. Here's the Kinetic North America pitch track.
Throws that thing right through the top of the strike zone, giving him the ball that touches, and just barely touches the top part of the strike zone.
Kinetic North America providing world-class technology and responsive solutions to our government customers. A little bit low. It goes 3-2. Gio's next pitch will be 110.
+18 pitches per inning. That's a workload for you.
And he will walk him. That'll be Gio Gonzalez, second walk of the day. And he'll face Ruben Tejada. The Nats still lead by 4. Tejada is not a power hitter, 1 homer this season. And he's the only right-handed bat the Mets have on their bench today. Davey Johnson's coming out to get him. It'll be a pitch count dictated 5 2/3. But you'll hear a nice ovation, and we want you to feel you're at the ballpark whenever we can. So, with the Nats on top 5-1, enjoy. W.B. Mason, Bob Carpenter, Ray Knight, Christina Acra at Nationals Park on a Sunday afternoon where Gio goes 5 2/3, 7 hits, 1 run to this point, couple of walks and 3 strikeouts, in line for his 16th win of the year. And when you're out of this market, take the Nats with you everywhere you go. When you're not inside the Masson footprint, we call it MLB.TV. Every game live online on your favorite connected device, HD quality. Check out nationals.com to get the order process started. Special pricing at this stage of the season. Ruben Tejada against Craig Stammen. And for Craig, it'll be his 45th appearance. 2.58 ERA. He did give up a run on a hit. A home run by Kelly Shopik in the 7th inning Friday night.
Has done an exceptional job for this ball club, eating up innings. They've used him as a long man several times on the year. He's also been able to come in there and get ground ball outs. Has shown the ability to strike out people this year more than with a higher frequency than in the past.
Tejada 1 for 6 against him. Craig grounded him out after that home run on Friday night. That is no swing, says Ted Barrett, the crew chief at first. Short lead by the catcher. He's not going anywhere, down by 4. Mets are hoping to string some hits together here. And that'll be a fly ball for Bryce Harper in right center. Craig Stammen comes in to shut the 6th inning door. Mets pick up a run. The Nats behind Gio still lead by 4. A 2.5-hour rain delay. The Nats on top of the Mets. After 5.5, Espinosa, Suzuki, then the pitcher spot coming up. Let's go inside the numbers with Kia. Discover their full lineup of high-quality, stylish, and dependable vehicles. To learn more, visit Kia.com. And over the last 2 weeks, very few guys slugging better than Michael Morse and Danny Espinosa. And you're talking, Ray, a number 5 hitter, and at least today a number 7 hitter who occasionally hits second.
Well, Danny is one of those hitters that throughout his career has been a guy that when he catches on fire, he does a lot of damage. He did that for the first half of the last season, cooled off a little bit. This year started off cool and has just swung the bat so well over the last month.
Mets right-hander Manny Acosta with his 30th appearance. He pitched a scoreless 1-hit 2-walk 6th inning on Friday night. Actually got 2 scoreless innings with those couple of walks and a hit. And he will face Danny Espinosa, Kurt Suzuki, and then we'll see what Davey does in the number 9 spot.
Something's going on out there in right field. Umpires. Oh, well, he ain't going to hurt anybody. They're acting like it's a rattlesnake or something.
I thought a rhino had charged out of the bullpen.
The way they were acting.
So calmly coming over is Andres Torres with the glove. You know, the Nats are kind to wildlife. We don't want that little guy to be injured.
No,
so he'll go into the Gatorade towel. That guy will not squeeze too hard, and he'll probably be let go on First Street here shortly.
Scott Harrison, he was about in center field.
Game held up on account of grasshopper. Oh, man. Well, there's the Nats box. Worth, Harper, multi-hit games. Might be the most unique delay, Ray, since a flight I was on years ago out of LaGuardia was delayed because of a mouse. They couldn't find it, and they were afraid he was going to chew up the wiring.
That's a lot of chewing.
And all of us were okay with that.
Yeah.
Espinoza 1 for 2 with a 2-run homer opposite field.
My worry would have been that he had already chewed him up.
Yeah. But what's a mouse doing in the galley to begin with? That's, you know, the disturbing part was he was in the galley.
How did he get up there?
I don't know. Maybe it was Mighty Mouse. Left-hander Josh Edgen for the Mets. Their only lefty. And Acosta had Espinoza way out in front of that one for the first out, bottom 6. Jeremy Hefner, the New York starter. 8 hits, 5 runs in 5 innings. Didn't walk anybody, struck out 3. 78 pitches, 60 strikes. He hit a batter, threw a wild pitch. But the big blows, the home runs. Espinoza, the 2-run shot in the 2nd. And then Bryce Harper, that leadoff bomb in the 5th.
Well, in all the innings that we scored runs were extra base hits, triple, and a couple of home runs. So he gave up big blows in every inning that the team scored in.
And his team has had a chance to get some things going, but the Mets have stranded 8 of their 9 base runners. Kurt Suzuki is 0 for 2, ground ball to short and a pop up to first. Relievers love it when they get ABs.
Well, Davey likes the team he has on the field, thus no double switch.
Stammen's 0 for 4 this year, but he's a good hitter. That's a chopper left side, and the Mets will have to hurry to keep Suzuki from getting a hit, and that is well played by Ronnie Cedeno.
Well, you're right, partner. This is a great play. Killed at home plate by the damp dirt, and he feels the ball on the grass. That's a long way to come for a shortstop. Barehanding it on the grass, making a nice throw, off balance. Ike Davis, pretty big target to throw to over there, talking about a wingspan.
Craig Stammen has 16 career hits, 10 RBIs. Two balls, no strikes. This could be interesting. Throw a reliever who doesn't bat that much a fastball, you might get a surprise.
I bet you he swings here. I'm just betting on the swing. 2 outs, 2-0, the way he likes to swing it. Oh, he's
good
taking
eye.
all the way.
Yeah, good eye. Hot leadoff guy next. Craig, a great athlete. He was at Versailles, Ohio High School, football, basketball, as well as baseball. Outstanding golfer. And a 3-1. He levels off and fouls it. Look out.
Hey, was he a quarterback with that arm, or?
I'm guessing.
I would think probably a quarterback.
And, you know, he's 6'4", 223 now, so in high school, He was probably almost that tall and probably around 200 or so. 3-2 pitch with the bases empty, and Acosta will get it by him. 2 Ks for Acosta. It's on to the 7th. Mets have the top of their order. Stammen trying to get another 0 now on the board. Very nice, showing off the Washington, the Curly W. And on a Sunday afternoon, the Nats have things under control at the moment. Next year should be an exciting season coming off what these young guys are accomplishing in 12. So place a deposit on 2013 season tickets, a full plan, and you'll receive ticket purchase priority this year for the playoffs if the Nats make it. Go to nationals.com/2013 or call 202-675-NATS. This offer is good till September 15th of this year, and some restrictions apply. Greg Stammen flied out Ruben Tejada. Now he faces Andres Torres. And Stammen, one of his 2 strikeouts, struck out Torres looking, ending the 7th inning on Friday. Kind of interesting today. Gio faced Torres, Turner, and Wright 3 times. Couldn't get the 1-2-3 any one of those 3 times. Turner base hit first inning, Torres walk in the 3rd, and then David Wright single in the 5th. But he did keep the Mets from doing any significant damage. And that breaking ball is low, 2-1.
Well, the first 3 innings, Gio had a tough time getting his curveball over, and went mostly with the fastball. Gave up some hits, but was able to control the damage.
So Justin Turner, 1 for 3 is next, then David Wright. That's at the knees, 3-2. Target is outer half. Stammen throws a strike. Craig is one of the busiest relievers in the league. 66 2/3 innings. That is second. He's had 5 wins out of the pen this year, tied for second. And he's in the top 7 in strikeouts with 64.
Yeah, he's been a busy man.
Valuable guy to have because he has that starting experience. And at times when you need him to go a couple of innings, it's no problem for him at all. That's a check swing. And that's the first out in the 7th inning as he locks up Torres for the second time in this series. Today's copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Washington Nationals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the expressed written consent of the Washington Nationals. Just missing to Justin Turner. He got jammed. Ball into left. Michael Morse got a late start and couldn't get there. Tough one to read on a big swing. And suddenly David Wright could make this game interesting. Discover Kia's full lineup of high-quality, stylish, and dependable vehicles. Kia.com. So the most runs scored by third baseman this year, Ryan, at 72. David Wright right ahead of him. And, of course, Miguel Cabrera. We weren't too upset to see him leave the league and head for Detroit. And, of course, Aramis Ramirez plays in that hitter's haven in Milwaukee. He was actually the best hitter the Nats faced in that 4-game series in Wisconsin 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, went in there with Ryan Braun being one of the hottest hitters in the league, and the pitching staff closed him out, shut him down.
Ooh, David Wright on a pitch up.
Well, I tell you what, he has been swinging aggressively today, hasn't he? He looks like, for a guy that usually is a very aggressive hitter but doesn't try to overpower the ball, as Burnett loosens up.
Yeah, David in this series 3 for 7 with a walk. All 3 hits singles. He has scored 1 run. Ball 2.
Craig having a little issue with the strike zone. I've seen him react, which he doesn't do very often. He's reacting on at least 2 pitches, maybe 3. You can just see him stiffen up just a little bit after the pitch is called a ball.
And Burnett is warming up, of course, for Ike Davis, still 2 hitters away. David Wright lines one for a hit to left center. Turner aggressively around the bag with the play right in front of him. And with Hairston coming up, the Mets have a corner situation in the 7th with 1 out. David Wright's second hit of the day.
Well, after missing twice inside corner, he tries to come in there again. Doesn't get it in there. David gets the ball a little down on the barrel, but line drive right over shortstop. Good job cutting the ball off and getting it back into second base to keep the double play in order.
Steve McCaddy for a visit as Stammen probably faces his last hitter. Hairston against Stammen, 0 for 2 career. And we'll start looking up some Sean Burnett matchup numbers here in a moment, because he'll be facing Ike Davis either leading off the 8th if there's a double play here, or in this inning. I don't think he's going to bring him in against Scott Hairston, who's hit 2 career homers against Sean. He owns left-handers this year, and that was never a possibility. But he's had quite a series. 2 for 3 today, and 5 out of 8 this, actually 5 out of 7 this weekend.
Yeah, he'll bring him in to face Davis, but he does have a lot of confidence with Sean against right-handed bats, but certainly not against a guy that thumps left-handed pitchers and that kind of record. Davey's sitting over there with a stat sheet that shows him everything that these hitters have done in the pitcher-batter matchups. And you take a Sharpie, and generally in red you mark through the ones that have a lot of success against particular pitchers, and you want to stay away from that matchup.
Good hard sinking fastball for a strike, and Scott Hairston took a home run swing right there.
Yeah, he did. He was thinking leave the yard real quickly. That ball sinker down and in. Nice sinkage going downward.
Infield back looking for two. Then he goes breaking ball. Keeps that down. No balls, 2 strikes.
Well, the good thing about Stammen, both of his pitches that he likes to throw, the sinker and the slider, have a lot of downward movement, so that does induce ground balls. So he can go either way. The sinker moving down and in, and then the slider moving down and away has a tendency to make hitters hit on top of the ball.
85 off speed, baiting him outside.
Another slider.
Yep. Craig is most effective when that slider is a strike for a while and then it dives. Hairston's hit into 8 double plays this year. They're in the 14th inning in St. Louis now. Pittsburgh, St. Louis 2-2. So Turner at third, David Wright first base. Pair of 1-out hits here in the 7th. Nationals on top 5-1. Ball slapped to Zimmerman. Espinosa around the horn. There they go again. That'll get us to the 7th inning stretch. Brought to you by the Hyundai Fuel Efficiency Drive Sales Event. How about that to end a would-be threat? And Craig Stammen gets 4 big outs. Braves are coming to town. He's 12-4. He has gone 0-2 with an 8.5 ERA against the Nats. And Jordan Zimmerman, the Nationals leader with 151 innings, tries to win his 10th game of the year tomorrow. So Nats Extra, 6:30. Ray and I join you from the booth at 6:56. And then right around 7:05, first pitch from Jordan Zimmerman. And then on Tuesday, Paul Mahalam and Steven Strasburg. Wednesday night, Chris Medellin, Ross Detweiler. If you don't have tickets to the game, you've got time to get some good ones. If you can't be here, join us on Masson HD. We've got every pitch for you. So we arrive at the 7th inning stretch with the Nats on top 5-1. Game summary brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Arlington and Mercedes-Benz of Alexandria, as the Nats lead it by a count of 5-1, even though the Mets have out-hit them 9-8. And Ray, nothing like that late game double play to get your team back in the dugout.
Oh man, it means all the difference in the world. You know, you have a guy out there on the mound that you know can do that. Davey knows it. He brings him in the game in those situations often.
And then, of course, what set up the day, some great swings by Bryce Harper. Is the young man back now that we're back home?
Oh, I think so. I don't think he ever really left. Just took a little brief timeout. He hits the hook, triple off the wall, dented the scoreboard out there for sure. And then he dents the second deck in right center field over the scoreboard as he kills that baseball. You mentioned 7 total bases, 2 swings, 2 BBs.
And he'll bat after Worth here in the bottom of the 7th. So in rookie ranks, he has scored more than anybody else. A couple of home runs in this weekend gets him back in the rookie home run and RBI races.
I tell you, he just stays hot with all the focus going to be on this ball club the last month of the season. If he can just get hot, swing the bat, add 3 or 4 more home runs, he's going to be in that conversation now. I'm telling you, he's already in the conversation, but people quit talking about him because of the slump that was kind of prolonged.
I tell you who's looking like a great Rookie of the Year candidate, Todd Frazier of Cincinnati. 289, 17 homers, 54 RBIs. He leads in RBIs, second in home runs to Willeen Rosario, the young Colorado catcher. Matt Carpenter of St. Louis leads the rookies in hitting at 311. And a couple of Rockies are up there too. So Bryce is in some pretty stiff competition now for Rookie of the Year votes. Harper will bat after Worth. Flies out to center. Andres Torres grabbing that one. And that's 4 State for Manny Acosta. The Baltimore Grand Prix is a 180-mile-per-hour festival of speed. August 31st till September 2. Tickets on sale for the Grand Prix of Baltimore. Presented by SRT. You can visit raceonbaltimore.com. That's it for Manny Acosta. 4 in a row for him. They want the left-hander, Josh Edgin, to pitch to Bryce Harper. The Nats on top 5-1. Trying to tack on another run or two late. Braves have dropped their series to the Dodgers. And here's former Ohio State Buckeye Josh Edgin, 33 years of age, out of Lewistown, PA. And he's the only lefty in the Mets bullpen right now. So in 17 ball games, 5.79 ERA, 22 strikeouts in 14 innings. So he can be tough to hit if he throws strikes. He'll get Bryce Harper. And the Mets, since the break, SunTrust inside the numbers tell us, struggling as a group. They did a good job last night, though. For Jonathan Neese, John Roush got 2 outs, and then Frank Francisco 3 in the 9th for his 20th save. So they turned things around a little bit last evening. Bryce Harper is 0 for 4 already against Josh Edgin, who evidently, according to the Mets bullpen, is Harper's designated pitcher. He'll be 0 for 5 now on a routine fly ball to left. 2 outs here in the 7th. Nats will counter in the 8th with Michael Gonzalez. Sean Burnett, if it was a 3 or a 2-run or a 1-run game, Michael with a 4-run cushion will get the assignment to face Ike Davis. And a good inning in the 3rd for Craig Stammen. Ryan Zimmerman's hit the ball extremely hard twice today. RBI hit back in the 3rd, and then that line drive caught by Hairston in deep right field in the 5th. Hairston playing real near where that praying mantis was picked up, and I'm sure he's hoping that was not a nest.
He wouldn't be there. The way he was reacting.
Ryan Zimmerman rams one to left center, heading for the wall, off the wall. Picked up by Andres Torres with a pretty good play. And Ryan Zimmerman just hit a 400-foot double. He is 5 out of 12 in this series. Let's have a look at this swing on the Toshiba Exmo.
Throws him a fastball, and there have just been some balls crushed today. Couldn't center that ball any better. Perfectly on the barrel of the bat. I mean, there's a sweet spot on that bat when you hit the ball, and you mentioned about the vibration on the Exmo. You saw no vibration there.
Right.
There's a sweet spot of about probably 3 inches. Comes off about 2.5 inches from the barrel and into the bat, and then about maybe 7 inches from the trademark. But when you hit the ball, you just feel nothing. I mean, it's like hitting a drive with a golf ball. You have no vibration in your hands. Sweetest feeling in the world.
Adam LaRoche has flied out to left 3 times today. Has a hard time trying not to pull off that breaking ball.
Gives you an idea how good Jonathan Neese was last night. As you see the Nationals rocketing the ball for 9 hits, a couple of home runs, triple, double, all over the ballpark. And Neese able to shut the ball club down. There the young man is, signed to a 5-year extension back in April. He has a very good curveball, too. He doesn't throw it as hard as Gio or Kershaw, but certainly has a lot of bite. Located his fastball well. Just 5 hits, 7 Ks, no walks. Kind of had his way with the lineup.
You know, and left-handers who are double-digit winners are prized commodities in the big leagues. He's 10-6 now. There's another guy who could be 16-6 at the end of the day. Adam LaRoche hanging tough on a foul ball straight back.
I love the way the National starters stay out on the bench and pull for their ball club. You have so many clubs that they go in, pitchers want to go in and get ice immediately after the game. And as soon as they are taken out of the game, they go right in, get ice. And a lot of them shower and just wait for the ball club to come off the field. Not on this pitching staff.
Adam LaRoche gets out in front of one and flies it to right for Scott Hairston. So with Zimmerman stranded, the Nats have left just 5 runners today. They've scored 5. 4-run lead into the 8th inning. pretty pleasant. Nice cloudy day. Comfortable for the fans. And on a day when Gio Gonzalez did not have his best stuff, he still finds a way to battle when within almost 6 innings gives up 1 run. Not a bad day.
The great ones do that. Had a tough time with his curveball early and used his fastball mostly. Didn't throw many changeups on the day. Gave up a hit in every inning, but was able to basically keep everything in control as he was able to throw the ball to spots late. Good defense behind him.
Michael Gonzalez here in the 8th inning. What a find he's been. ERA in the low 2.2 range. Faces Ike Davis here. And Davis will sky one to left. That ball's well hit. Morse took a turn and then turned around where he thought the ball was coming down, and he was exactly right. You don't talk about Michael Morse's defense a lot, but he's got some great instincts out there. Guy who was a shortstop in his past. He handles himself very well in the outfield. So Gonzalez, that lovely 1 pitch out, retires Ike Davis for the first time. Davis had been 1 for 1 with a career homer against him. That was, of course, up in New York when he ambushed him one night on the last trip up there. In fact, Gonzalez got him for a base hit last night. So Drew Storen may get the 9th inning assignment. Ronnie Cedeno's 1 for 3 with a triple. He led off with a triple, and now he's going to have a 1-out double. That was in the 4th. This is in the 8th. And the Mets are still making some noise offensively, down by 4. Let's have a look at our hot sauce pitch recap from Cholula, bringing the heat and the flavor. Going back to an important at-bat after Cedeno had tripled back in the 4th. This is Jason Bay.
Strikeout number 1, always 94, 95 miles an hour. Our flamethrower, Gio Gonzalez, as he punches him out. Only had 3 on the day, but they were all in big spots.
Jason Bay, career 0 for 3 against Gonzalez, and Steve McCaddy out for a visit for a lefty-righty matchup. Pittsburgh Pirates are batting in the top of the 15th at St. Louis. They're 7 back of the Reds. St. Louis 8 back. So that's turning into a battle for survival in that division, because if you don't win that division, those ball clubs are not in line for a wild card at the moment. Atlanta, of course, would be the front runner for that. And you got the Dodgers and the Giants so close out west. But it's kind of looking like whoever doesn't win the East, the second place team, would be in pretty good shape for that wild card. Jason Bay 0 for 3 today. RBI ground ball last time up. That ball out to Desmond from behind the bag. Look at that gun. 2 outs. Man, the arms on this infield, especially those up the middle guys. So not a lot of strikeouts today, just 4. 3 by Gio, 1 by Stammen. So times that by $37. That's what goes to the Children's Inn at the National Institutes of Health. The Washington area Toyota dealers donating that money to help children receiving medical treatment with their families at NIH. 2 outs now. Kelly Shopik, the hitter.
Generally, when you have a pitching coach go out to the mound in a situation like that, he is telling Gonzalez, listen, you go right at this guy. I don't care if it's with the breaking ball or the fastball, but you go at him. The only way they're going to beat us is if they build an inning by getting runners on base, putting runners on base. And so, you just can ill afford to walk people. So he came in there throwing the curveball first pitch and comes back with the fastball. Then right here he comes with the Curveball, top of the strike zone. A lot of those curveballs being called high right at the top of the strike zone today. Gio didn't get them early, but he got them late.
Then he goes off speed, just misses with 82. I think Michael thought he had a strike. Left-handed hitter Daniel Murphy on deck, and that's all the Mets have left. They've used Ruben Tejada. Terry Collins Ball Club, 6 games under 500. You know, in a mediocre division, they'd still be in the race. But the Nats and the Braves have run away and hid from the rest of the East. Zimmerman got a piece of it. It's into left field. It's an RBI hit for Kelly Shoppach, and this is a 5-2 game. So now that changes the bullpen dynamic a bit. Drew Storen's still throwing, but we could eventually see Tyler Clippard today.
Well, he decides to go with curveballs, and ball just takes a big hop. The ball's laying down, and then it jumps up. It goes over Ryan's glove as it comes off the ground. Actually, the ball must have hit something and kicked back, because that ball hit him in the wrist.
Yeah.
So he overdove on that ball, but with the grass wet, sometimes it slows that pace. And as we saw early in the game, with it wet and just taking the tarp off, because that grass is matted, hitting pretty good right there. He's got a big old knot. I've had a bunch of those. You end up having the seam of the baseball right there on your wrist.
I kind of think that ball might have hit something, changed directions, because Ryan hardly ever misses contact like that. And now Gonzalez gets Murphy 0-2. Daniel Murphy, decent success against the left-hander in his career, 2 for 8. This is where you want the inning to end, right here. Tying runs in the on-deck circle. And then Gonzalez stumbles, and that's a balk. When that happens with a man on base, that's a balk. And Kelly Shoppach goes to scoring position.
That was kind of weird. We're going to get a look at it here. I don't know what happened there. That's something that you don't see happen very often. But you must make a delivery to the plate, or it's a balk.
That'll get the Nats out of the inning. That's a big out right there. At least a 3-run lead into the top of the 9th when it rolls around. Nats straight ahead. One from the Mets dugout was ejected on the heels of that strike 3 call. So the Nats lead by 3. Even though the Mets have out-hit them 11-9 today.
Well, they call one at the top of the strike zone. He calls one at the bottom of the strike zone, but no doubt that was a strike. Not sure about the one high, but I'm sure they said you can't get both of those pitches. It may have been Murphy. We're not sure.
That was moments ago in between innings, right before Bobby Parnell came out to take the mound. Terry Collins is a fiery guy, and I've talked to some of the Mets broadcasters. They think, considering the situation this organization and the ball club was in at the start of the season, he had them in the race for the better part of a half of a season. There's a feeling in New York that he's done a fine job with this group. I mean, that thing with the Mets, that could have gone totally the wrong way this year, and he had them playing everybody tough for 3.5 months or so. They're still only 6 games under 500. It's not like they're 20 under like some clubs. So here's Michael Morse and Bobby Parnell, bottom of the 8th inning.
Well, you're right, Bob. He's an outstanding manager. I was fortunate enough to manage against him when he was with the Astros. He went on to the Angels, but he is a guy that, a man of few words, but commands respect. Little bitty guy, but boy, is he fiery.
Yeah,
but he's a fair guy. He's fair.
Well, there's Tyler Clippard now. I thought the bullpen dynamic would change.
And you were right.
With the Mets getting to within save range. That doesn't mean Drew Storen can't save games, because we know he can and we know he will. And right now, Davey Johnson staying with the guy who's been there for him all year. Tyler Clippard has 26, and he saved one here Friday night. Michael Morse against Bobby Parnell, 2 for 6 career. Good take by Michael. And a slow roller, 3 hops to the right side for Justin Turner. Ian Desmond, Danny Espinosa the next 2. Here's where Ian Desmond can get a little selfish, and that's okay with us. He has not been able to get a hit in the series yet. 0 for 10.
Well, it takes a while, you know, unless you really understand this game and have played at this level or somewhere near this level as a hitter. The way that these pitchers move the ball around and change speeds, you just don't get out of bed and start hitting. And they always talk about, well, he didn't go take minor league assignment and rehab down there. You know, I've always been a guy that's been a proponent of having minor league assignments, because it's hard to get yourself back on time in the big leagues.
One hopper, David Wright. 2 quick outs here in the 8th. I laugh every time I think of something you told me one year. I was covering a game you were managing, and you guys weren't going real well, and you told me that when you guys send a guy out for a rehab, as soon as he hits a line drive, you call him back.
That's when we were not hitting very well.
Exactly. That has stuck with me, I bet you, for 10 years when you telling me that. It's one of the best lines ever. Guy hits a line drive, he's back in Cincinnati. So here's Danny, 1 for 3 with a 2-run homer today. By the way, the Mets in the 9th, top of the order, against Tyler Clippard.
If I can get it in here while we have 2 outs. When you go to the minor leagues and you rehab, there's not a lot of focus on it. You know, you can go 0 for 10, 0 for 12, 0 for 15.
Sure.
Nobody says anything. So it doesn't become a mental thing with you. In the big leagues, every day there's somebody going to write about it, talk about it. And then when you do get off to a tough start, then you start thinking about it and pressing a little bit. And then it makes it that much more difficult.
Danny Espinosa in this series 3 for 9 with a walk, so he's been on base 4 times, doing damage when he gets the bat on the ball. And that high heater gets by him. Bobby Parnell can bring it. He's been a mid to high 90s guy in this league for a while, and the Mets are still waiting to see if he can develop into a guy who can close ball games. He's had 4 saves this year, but he's blown several. And for now, the job is Frank Francisco's. That's in there. That's a pretty easy looking 96 right there. In terms of not being a maximum effort guy, the ball just explodes. Kinetic North America pitch track.
Well, Danny's thought 2 of these pitches have been inside, and both of them have had about 4 or 5 inches of the plate. You notice that he hit the home run on the breaking ball away, so he's seeing the ball very well away and not seeing it well in.
That ball will slice out of play.
It's a funny thing, man, as a hitter. You pull off the ball just a little bit with your head, and the ball away from you seems like it's 4 or 5 inches outside. When you start looking for the ball away, the ball inside sometimes feels like it's inside, and it'll have 3 or 4 inches of the plate.
2-2 to Danny, and he fouls another one.
Yeah, I've always seen the stuff with Parnell when you're talking about velocity and the curveball that has sharp, wicked-type break that should get him at the back end of a game or closing. But the closing part is so much the mental thing.
Target in, Espinosa out to second. Justin Turner takes care of that, and here we go into the top of the 9th inning. Tyler Clippard against the top of the Mets order, and yeah, one of them is David Wright. Brought to you by Dodge. Go to Dodge.com or visit your local Dodge dealer this week. Check out that powerful lineup, and the Nats had just that today. Danny Espinosa, 2-run homer. Harper's gone deep and tripled for 2 runs. Roger Bernardino on a straight-up switch, not a double switch, will take over in left field for the top of the 9th inning. And here's Tyler Clippard. Save number 26 here on Friday night when he walked Cedeno and Valdespin in the 9th inning. But he got Ruben Tejada fly ball to end the game after striking out Jason Bay and Kelly Shopik. And he faces a different set of hitters here, Torres, Turner, and Wright. Speaking of the aforementioned Jordani Valdespin, look out, Ray. He is pinch hitting this time.
As we would say, the old timers, this guy's been unconscious pinch hitting. How many home runs?
He's caused a couple of pitchers to lose consciousness.
Gosh.
As a pinch hitter, he's 7 for 29 with 5 home runs, 2 of them against the Nats. 1 against Clippard, 1 against Jordan Zimmerman. He's been absolutely amazing.
That's Johnny Blanchard type, Jerry Lynch type. Those guys that used to come off the bench and hit home runs pretty frequently.
So Clippard misses on the first one.
Matt Stairs.
Valdespin 1 for 3 with a homer against Tyler, career. That is perfect, 92. That'll handcuff just about anybody right under his hands. The Braves are coming. The Braves are coming tomorrow night. Tim Hudson, Jordan Zimmerman should be a classic. At 7:05, Ray and I join you from the booth at 6:56. Fastball, foul tip.
Fastball, knee high, doesn't get it. Swung through it. That's a home run cut.
Yep.
Didn't get it.
1 ball and 2 strikes now.
You going to elevate with a fastball or change up on him here?
It's the old changeup. Almost untied his shoelaces. 1 out here in the 9th. That was something.
Well, I love reading the bat barrel. He swung at the fastball as hard as he could. He sees it, recognizes it, pulls a string, and he winds himself into the dirt. Look at him choke that ball and take the wrist action out of it. Kills it about 10 miles an hour. Perfect location down.
Bat gone before the ball gets there.
Way gone.
Wow. Here's Justin Turner, 2 for 4. High fastball, he can't reach it. Turner is 1 for 4 career against Clippard. Nats up by 3. Trying to win their 75th game of the year. Be 1 win ahead of Cincinnati for the best record in baseball. And go 29 games over 500. Can they do it? That one misses, just up and away. And then he holds on to the changeup. It's in the dirt, 2-1. You'd love to face David Wright with 1 out to go and nobody on base. You certainly don't want to walk a man in front of him who has no home runs this year. Tyler's got to throw fastballs here, don't you think?
Oh, I do. You had a 3-run lead. There's no reason to even try to fool him. You know, unless you think you have better command with your changeup. If he thinks he can throw more changeup for strikes than he does fastballs,
yeah, there you go.
Then I can buy it. But generally speaking, most guys can throw fastballs for strikes better than any other pitch.
Yep, and if they can't, they probably wouldn't be at this level.
You're right.
And he was so late for that. So if you're reading the hitter, as they say, why speed up his bat? So it's a 3-2 with David Wright on deck. And the Nats on top by 3 here in the 9th. Yep, fastball again, fouled off. 33,764 here today. Some have, well, they all braved the elements, but some haven't braved the long afternoon. So hats off to a good weekend crowd here. 35,000, almost 43 last night. Today almost 34. 3-2 pitch. Fly ball center field. Harper back with it. Did we mention that hitter has no home runs this year? That might be his best bolt, and Harper was under it for the second out. Tune in to the Nats Extra Postgame Show. It's presented by W.B. Mason. When the ball game's over, Byron and Phil standing by out there in left field. So the Nats, 1 out to go to win another series and make it 11-4 against New York this year.
Hey, the fan support has been great, hasn't it, Bob? I mean,
fantastic.
Few people left early today, but it has been some kind of fun watching these guys come out here, cheer for this ball club, and going home most nights happy.
Three-game series draws 111,253.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
An average of 37,084. Awesome.
Need to get everybody out here beginning this week and draw about 120,000 as we battle the Braves.
Yep.
Tell you what, when you're looking at the pennant right here in front of us, as you put together 3 ball games and somehow sweep those guys.
1 ball, 1 strike to David Wright, who's 2 for 4 today. And he will fly 1 to right field. Jason Worth is there. And it's a save. 1-2-3 for Clippard, number 27.
Hey, Bob, great job with this offense today. Some big clutch hitting, some home runs. Bryce Harper nailing the baseball. Gio putting up that 16th win. Bullpen doing a jam-up job. Let's go get them tomorrow.
Pretty good game summary right there, buddy. The Nats are 75-46. Gio is 16-6. We've got more straight ahead from Nationals Park.